Welcome everyone, the final of the first event of the Home Nations series. We're here in Brentwood. It's been a wonderful week and we have got an international affair. China versus Australia, a first ever ranking final for Yize, a 37th for Neil Robertson, and the fans are in. We are all excited as ever. Sunday final, Alan McManus and Jimmy White alongside me, and it's a hotbed of snooker, isn't it, Essex? And the crowds have been wonderful all week.
Yeah, it's brilliant. You know, we always get a good turnout every tournament, and you know, the final is packed, and tonight it's a sellout, so I'm really looking forward to it.
Just taking their seats, Alan, yes. And what a day we have in store.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a belting final. I mean, we're so used to two absolute top players. Obviously, Neil is one, going head-to-head, but there's a different feel about this one. But they've been by some distance, I think, the best two players of this tournament. It's all set up perfectly. And
you've got all the experience of Neil Robertson and, of course, a first-ever final for Yize. So it's really interesting with that alone. How will Wu be feeling? Do you remember your first final, Jimmy?
Of course. Yeah, he'd be nervous, but I think, you know, this boy... He's such a great player. He knows he's going to go on to win tournaments. This is a learning curve for him. You've got to make Neil Robertson, like the bookmakers do, big favourite because of experience, and he's back to playing well. You know, he's really enjoying the safety part of his game. But Yize can easily win this final because he's capable. But, you know, I expect Neil Robertson to win because of experience, but hopefully he does himself justice how well he's played this week.
Well, absolutely, and it won't be the first time he's been an underdog here in Brentwood, and it's fair to say that he is desperately hungry for this title.
就是激动吧，因为毕竟也是来到了一个新的高度，然后很期待自己决赛的表现。对，我会很渴望冠军。对，我觉得。 其实前几场都蛮艰难的，然后对手也给到我的压力也挺大的，然后觉得自己表现的还是挺好的，也是顶住了压力，然后一路一关一关过来了。对，首先就是努力了这么多年，也是给自己的一个交代吧。进职业这也是第4年了，然后肯定是很开心、很激动的，能参加更多的比赛，排名也会提升。 然后也就算是看到了一些结果吧，对，需要做好自己吧，因为他都知道，你也知道他是一个很优秀的球员，对，然后他也一定是很渴望冠军的，就做好自己吧，对。
He's going to try and bring his best game. I like that because he said, you know, Neil Robertson, he's desperate to win as well. I think he knows what it would mean for Neil to get back to winning ways. His best game, where does that stack up with the best of Neil Robertson right now?
I think it's not what we've seen in the past. You know, he's demolished other top players in finals. He's one of the best players in the history of the game. But his game is going through this wind of change and he's getting there slowly but surely. The point about the things that he's been working on, these things take time, you know, so you've got to get on that path that you want to be on and have faith that in the end it will come good. We've saw that with his results, even just this season. It's a sample size of it. Decent run in Saudi and the final here, so he's on the correct path, is Neil.
And he had demons to conquer, I think, coming here to Brentwood, certainly when he was up against Judd Trump after that massive lead he let slip away in Saudi recently.
Yeah, you know, he bounced straight back, 4-0 in front, got beat 5-4, and he was talking in a previous VT about the critics saying, how did you lose from 4-0 in front? He's put that to bed, you know, he's come through. I think with the semi-final, you know, he didn't play that great, but he didn't have to. I think Zinchardner was tired from playing Marcel, and he sort of give it to him. It was a few mistakes, but I think he knows that he's got to play his best game today to beat Neil Robertson. And for sure, you know, if he gets out the traps, stays with Neil, he's got a chance. But you know, it's a learning curve for him. You know, I just hope he does himself justice.
I liked what he said in that interview. He used 2 words when asked about his journey so far this week. He said, yeah, I've played pretty well. He's been better than that, but that tells me that he thinks there's an awful lot more left in the tank and a standard to reach. So he doesn't sound like the occasion's going to be a thing. He didn't mention anything about that. It's all about, yeah, I've been okay, I'm trying to improve, all that sort of stuff. the signs are good. I think he's got a big shot at this.
Yeah, and if you look at the odds, I mean, 2-7, that's quite a short price. Obviously, Neil Robertson, a legend of the game and a player who's won so much, but it has been a while, 2022 Masters since he last won. Yize at 5-2. I mean, he looks like has he got a chance? Of course he has,
yeah,
surely.
Of course he's got a great chance. You know, you can back him with 3 frame start, probably get evens. But I think what's happened with Neil Robertson, he's got not so much like Marcel, but he's not playing the fixed safety shot, opening the balls up. You know, if the guy gets in, he might get 20, miss because he's got Neil Robertson in the rearview mirror. You know, puts himself under pressure. He's playing very tight, loose reds, making it hard for his opponent. He didn't score great against Barry Hawkins, but demolished him. Demolished Chris Wakin. Didn't score great, but created more chances than he's ever done.
He's also said this week, we've been chatting about his bridge hand a lot, and Jimmy, I know that you're a massive fan, just how strong it is, how sturdy it is, and you're saying that not an awful lot can go wrong. He actually didn't have a lot of coaching when he was a kid. He was 6 or 7 when he started playing snooker, and the journey and the trajectory he's been on has been with his dad, who we just saw in the practice room. He's a real student of the game of snooker, his father.
And that's a good thing, because you ally that, his dad, with his talent. That's a good thing. You know, I wasn't an extravagantly gifted player like Jimmy was, so talent can be a difficult thing to handle, because you feel like, and Neil has felt down the years, I just go out a pot of long red and I make 80 or 90. It's not quite as simple as that, especially in the modern day. So it's good to have that counsel of his dad, who's also, it seems to be, a student of the game, and that adds to the mix.
Yeah, and his dad, I've seen him in Ding's Academy. His dad's there with him every day, you know, fielding, getting the balls out for him. So, you know, it's a team effort. Yeah,
massive team effort, and always a team effort, of course, with Neil Robertson and his father, who actually has never seen him lift a trophy. Will that happen today? So far, so good for Neil. He's been absolutely awesome, and back into another final, his 37th.
Now, you're no stranger to reaching ranking event finals. This is going to be your 37th. What kind of emotions do you have on finals day? Is it, you know, are you nervous? Are you excited?
Yeah, if you're a little nervous, that's good. It means you're focused. Michael Johnson always said before a race, if he wasn't nervous, he was worried, because it meant that he wasn't focused. So nerves are a good thing. Yeah, just approach it. Look, it's a best out of 17. You got to a final. It's a great week. It doesn't really matter who you're playing or anything like that. Once you start thinking about who you're playing, then, you know, things can change out there, and you know, whether or not you're playing Ronnie O'Sullivan or, you know, whoever, it really depends on what you do at the table. So that's all I've done throughout my whole career, is just focus on myself.
Now, Yize in the final, he's been brilliant this week.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, no, look, he's improved an awful lot. You know, he's only 20, and I remember playing him at the Crucible a couple of years ago, you know, on his debut, and you know, I said then, look out for this kid, and you know, he's proved me right.
What makes him such a strong player? What are his qualities?
Well, he's young and fearless, so he's going to make mistakes down to sort of, you know, having no fear. You know, he's very aggressive, and he doesn't really seem to let things sort of bother him too much out there, which is a great quality to have. I've won it before, so I know what it takes, you know, to win the Home Nations events. You know, I've won a few of them, so they're very hard to win because, you know, the format, the best out of 7s early on, and yeah, look, it would be fantastic. You know, it's just, yeah, I'm not going to get too ahead of myself and think, you know, lifting the trophy or anything like that. I'm just going to play each shot as it comes, as I have done all week, and sort of see where it leads me.
He oozes confidence, you know, doesn't he? You know, he's not won it before, you know, I know what it takes. And when he did win it, he went on a mighty roll, the Players, the Tour, and of course the Masters. And listening to that in the crowd, he's going to have a few fans in here, Jimmy.
Yeah, no, listen, he's a popular player. You know, anyone who likes snooker, you know, really appreciates the way he plays. He's a top fella. You know, we'll wish him the best, because he does everything he can to win, and he does it in the right way. And he, you know, for him to go, he's, you know, in this stage of his career, to go and focus on that safety part of his game, which was probably letting him down a little bit, you know, just shows you how dedicated the man is.
And a lot of change in his game. He said, you know, that it's almost like Neil 2.0, isn't it, in terms of a second coming of Neil Robertson.
It is, and just to touch on the safety side of things, I have actually been studying it for a long, long time. It's not that Neil isn't capable of playing these safety shots, but the principles behind safety shots are this. When you play that shot, for example, let's just, if we can, maybe run the shot again now. He's 34 in front. The one thing you don't do is give up red-black. So you park the red on the cushion. So part number one, get the red on the cushion so that you can't play red-black. The other side of the shot is that you've got a chance, and it's only a chance, of getting cover in behind those baulk colours. You want 2 or 3 good things that can happen. It's easy to just physically play a good safety shot and find the baulk cushion, but you've got to know the ideas and all the nuances and intricacies behind it. That's the key to safety play, and I think Joe Perry's giving him that.
Yeah, he said that he was adamant that he wasn't going to be negative, and gosh, we would hate that, wouldn't we? Because the long passing, the big breaks is what we love about Neil Robertson, and his long passing really came together yesterday and over the weekend.
Yeah, that's in the locker. You know, added to this safety part of the game, he's really enjoying the safety. This was a natural for Neil Robertson. You know, playing ball, he's never going to hit any of the other reds. He's always going to get safe, but clean in. And this was a nice shot, just standing up for the yellow. So he's touch and feels there. So he's obviously been not just working on his safety game, he's been doing his normal practice routine. This is a difficult shot off the cushion. Stays still, stays down, trusts his cueing, you know. And this, for me, these were the shots that were winning them tournaments before. He was potting balls like that, getting in, making 70 or 80 and winning the frame. This shot there, how he just works it out that he's not leaving anything, and if it goes in, he can win the match.
Again, the percentages are good. That's not it's a pot come safety. So that's what he's got to get more in his game. If he goes through a match or a season even with even a 2 or 3% better safety game, he's going to create more chances for himself from the opponent, rather than him having to crash in a long red thunderbolts from baulk that he normally does. He don't have to do that all the time, and he's been doing it perfectly this week.
It's an intriguing clash, isn't it? And well, as you can see, we are almost at capacity here at the Brentwood Centre, and what a final on the way here, live on Eurosport for the Steve Davis Trophy, a top prize of £100,000, and we'll have 8 frames first up this afternoon. Next. So let's take a look back then. Yesterday afternoon, what a display, what a performance. Yize beating Ishpri Singh-Chadha.
That'll be a bitter disappointment to him, but that really will. What a miss!
Poised 8.
What a miss.
But, yeah, well,
Singh-Chadha 4.
that sort of rueful look on his mother's face.
It's the best shot he's played today for me.
But got another chance and has taken out the clearance. It feels like a big one. He's halfway towards a place in the final.
All credit, though. All credit. His methods are good. Well, well, well. So there's plenty of room, as we see.
Must have been a real confidence boost. So now this frame is all about that red on the cushion.
16.
Wow. As if he needed any good fortune leading 4-0. Big, big moments. Yize fluking the last red out of a snooker and then making the clearance.
Well, he's looking at the 3-ball plant, or even the 4th ball near the pocket playing a part. Oh, wow, what a shot. We saw a 5-ball plant, I think it was, last night. He He's so annoyed. So annoyed. He's got himself into good positions.
Well played, Yize. So Yize becomes the 14th Chinese player to reach a world ranking event final, with the chance to become the 7th to win one. It was one-sided. Ishpreet Singh Chadha struggled, but Yize has done it. The 20-year-old puts himself through to the English Open final.
Welcome back. The scene is set here in Brentwood. It's Yize against Neil Robertson. 8 frames this afternoon with a possible 9 tonight. Best of 17. And the best part of your sport, I hope you'll agree, is that we have got access all areas. Let's sneak behind to Alan in the practice room.
Yeah, so you've joined us in the practice room. Final preparations are underway. The guys are on the table. Let's see if we can get a very quick word with Wu. Wu, sorry to disturb you. All set? Feeling good? Feeling good. Good sleep last night?
Yes, I feel good.
Confident?
Yeah.
Good luck. Play well. Play well. So that's Wu Yize just having his final loosener. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with Neil Robertson. We don't want to upset the guys too much, but let me just come round here just a sec. Neil, sleep well?
Yes, mate. Yeah, had a great night's sleep. Slept about 8 hours straight without waking up at all. So, yeah, that's good signs actually when you can do that.
Always a big occasion, isn't it, these finals?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, but yeah, I've been here before many times, so I know what to expect. And yeah, just hoping to put in a good performance and see where it happens.
Sorry to disturb you. Quick word with Joe. Joe, good to see you. How's it been going? Neil's obviously on the path that you've been looking for.
Yeah. It's been a sort of a not a long road really, but it's been a sort of steady upclimb the whole way through really since we sort of got together. And yeah, first final since we got going.
Good luck to both of you. Well played. Well done. So preparations well underway here. The boys having their final loosener. We're just about all set to go. It's the final of the English Open.
It sure is, Alan. You can send him anywhere. I thought if there was anyone else in there, we might have had a chat with them. Great stuff from Alan in the practice room. And Yize, he looked pretty relaxed. Nice little smile. The head-to-head is Neil Robertson 2, Yize 1. I think many people, when Wu was quite green, he made his debut at the Crucible. He was 19. And Neil Robertson said last night, Jimmy, that he was unplayable that day. He made 2 1-4-6 breaks in the match. And also, he said it was perfect snooker.
Yeah, he was. I think he was 4-1 up, and he made 2 back-to-back centuries. And he still lost the match. But he's a different player now. This is the final, so obviously Neil Robertson has got the experience on his side, and he's also playing very well. But this kid is a new snooker superstar, so this is just a learning curve for him.
Learning curve, but it's a final he can win, and he knows that, because you don't get this good without having the belief. And there they are, just backstage, waiting to be introduced by our MC here, Rob Walker. And in terms of right now for Wu, how do you think he will be feeling?
He'll be excited. He's playing one of the greatest players in the world, and he's got to apply himself and get experience. And if he just sticks to his own shots and his own belief, he's got a chance.
And the families, of course, they'll be enjoying that one, cheering them on, and the crowd here in Brentwood as well. So the final of the English Open, here's Rob Walker.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. After 10 pulsating days of drama, it all comes down to this. 2 men from the other side of the world, 2 men at opposite ends of their careers. The youngster from China was born 5 years after his Australian rival turned pro. And here they are, going toe-to-toe for the first home nation's crown of the season. It's time for the Bet Victor English Open final. It's time to get the boys on the bays here in Essex. Please welcome a player in uncharted territory. Emerging here for the first ranking final of his career, without doubt, it's the biggest match of his life. And his dad is with him here to watch. This talented 20-year-old is lean, keen, and ready to roll. He's Wu Yize.
血染荧光，命运里恰似无声的伏笔。梦中一醒，红颜起，我从困扰回顾。
And here comes the former world champion, the former world #1, back to his very best and back in a big final for the first time in 2 years, bidding for the 24th ranking crown of his career. He's the Thunder from down under, Neil Robertson.
Your choice.
Stirring introductions on a very big day for both of these two. Yes, Neil Robertson has to be regarded as a warm order, a short price favourite. But the history of snooker tells us that all-time greats have been favoured in finals and lost them. It's happened to Stephen Hendry, Ronnie O'Sullivan, and the man whose name is on the trophy, Steve Davis, and my co-commentator Joe Johnson knows all about that.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Yep, that was a massive underdog, that's for sure. He was well favourite.
Yep, nice.
And as Phil Yates has said, favourites lose sometimes, not always. I just hope it's going to be a very good game. Good attacking play, good safety.
I think the most impressive thing about Neil Robertson is the fact that he's arrived in this final having lost only 5 frames. He's won every match with his opponent getting a single frame. 3-4-1s.
Thank you, it's the first
a
frame.
5-1 and a 6-1.
Neil Robertson to break.
Just as he did in the semi-finals last night, Robertson will be keen to make an authoritative start.
Well, yeah, you can say it's not the best break-off because he has left a red on. Just depends if he can attack the red and miss the black. Cue ball not close enough to the cushion, but it looks like the cue ball is going into the black, so I'm playing the safety. Neil Robertson knows how dangerous Wu Yize is. He has beaten him head to head. Favours Robertson 2-1. European Masters. Wu Yize 1-5-3, so he can do it. He knows he can do it. They're very confident pots, and he was leading that red along the cushion had it not gone in. There was no fear on that shot. That wasn't a shot to nothing.
8.
Found the path in and out of balk, and that couldn't have gone any better.
The heavy scoring version of Robertson was certainly on display, as has already been discussed when he played Yize at the Crucible last year. It was Wu's debut, and it was a baptism of fire because Robertson made breaks of 100, 138, and then twice in the last 3 frames he put together a 146, winning
13.
10-3. If he can approximate that kind of form today, hard to believe he could lose.
Well, nothing much your opponent can do about it when you knock one of those long reds in like that.
$20.
I'm sure Yize will stay focused. Wasn't a bad safety. He was kind of forced into taking the long red on. There was no return safety. And you don't want to force this man into playing a long shot like that.
$21. $28. $29.
Yeah, he wanted to be a little closer to the yellow. And not quite on the green for a left-handed player. Just a little awkward. Well, force that cue ball round the angles there. It's finished beautifully on this red.
31.
Six reds surrounding the pink need some attention. I don't think anything
32.
goes there. Possibly a red to the baulk corner.
$39. $40.
If the shot works out, it could be 1 frame, 1 visit, 1-0.
Well, he's on one, I think.
47.
Maybe not. I don't know if the red will pass the blue. It's a little bit unfortunate there. Any kind of a pot, and you fancied him for it. Cueing so well, it's like he's been out there for an hour already. He won't want to take liberties. And he'll try and push a red safe if he can. Because at the moment, there's nothing safe. Yes, brilliant. He weighed all the situation up and determined that he may as well have a go at it. The red was on to the baulk corner. Well, what a start
51.
this is for Neil Robertson. Start he could only dream of. Knock in a long red and win the frame, and there's every chance of doing that now.
$52.
They say that absence makes the heart grow fonder. The absence of success for Neil Robertson over the last couple of years must have come as a shock to his system, because he's a serial winner. Been deprived of that of late. And so getting back to winning ways, that will feel so good. And that's why he gives the impression of being fiercely determined.
58. $59.
Yeah, good shot. One more red in the colour.
66.
What a start. He'll want to keep Yize quiet, sat in his chair. Won't want him to have any table time whatsoever.
67.
Just made absolutely sure of the black.
74. $75.
He's made 9 centuries so far this season. Made 41 last season.
Robertson 75 in the first.
He's going to stick on those marks as of now. But what a start. Neil Robertson will be delighted with that. He's already made his presence felt. Starting off in a big final, Joe, that's exactly what you want to do. Yes, winning the first frame, but also in this manner.
Yeah, he was in a little bit of trouble there, and he had to take the red on. But what a shot it was. And as I said earlier, he was leaving a red on had he missed it. And he just powered the balls in, didn't he? Inch perfect position on that difficult yellow. It was awkward queuing, reaching over those 2 reds. Again, into the pack of reds, and he didn't really land on anything easy. And then couldn't put anything safe, so decided to have a go. And right in the middle of the pocket. Look at that, never touched the sides. Nice little positional shot there from the black, and just needed the red.
60.
And it just continues his dominance at this tournament. Neil Robertson has now played 29 frames here, and he's won 24 of them. And when you consider he's beaten some really good players in Jackson Page, Sean Murphy, Ross Muir, Barry Hawkins, Chris Wakelin, and none of those players got more than one frame. Here you can see his progress in the latter stages of the event. As for Wu Yize, well, he whitewashed Ishpreet Singh Chadha in the semi-finals. Of course, his highest profile win, and quite rightly so, was over the runaway world number 1 and the defending champion, Judd Trump. He won that 5-3 in the quarterfinals here on Friday. Wu Yize tried to become the 76th player to win a world ranking event. And bear in mind, the world ranking started 50 years ago. 1974 World Championship was the first. And there's been well over 400 now. I think it's important in frame 2 for Wu to have some quality table time, to settle down. Welcome back to the Brentwood Centre. Packed to the rafters.
His second frame.
Looking to see who will win the Steve Davis Trophy. Great to see a trophy named after someone who wasn't just a phenomenal player with those 6 world titles, but also he remains arguably the greatest ambassador for the game there's ever been.
Wouldn't argue with that, Phil.
Sitting there looking up to the screen was Neil Robertson's son. We saw him celebrating last night in the moment of victory in the semi-finals.
Yep, there he is, Alexander. So, good break off. Making Neil Robertson study this shot.
So, miss. Yize, 4.
Now, any damage? I think he may take this red on to the baulk corner. If he puts it back, he could find himself in the middle of that cluster of reds.
Yeah, I think it's important for Wu Yize to play a natural game. Doesn't need to compromise what he normally does best, which is knocking balls, but there he's asking Marcel Eckardt, the referee, to replace them.
Yeah, that's not a good sign for me, that, because he could have took the long red on. He wasn't leaving anything except the red he was playing on. And if it goes in, he's nicely on the blue. And who knows, he could have won the frame there. He's got to stay positive. Can't be afraid of what he leaves his opponent. He's got to believe in his own ability. And now he's got no shot.
And the way these things work, Joe, sorry, the way these things work, he was always going to sort out that shot second time around anyway, having appreciated what he needed to do with the first mistake.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, is that, you know, the second time around he's going to get the shot he intended to get. And Wu is a little bit fortunate there. A fraction harder and that red would have been on to the middle. He hasn't got to be afraid of going for his shots, staying attacking. That's what's got him here.
The English Open has a habit of producing big name winners. Robertson hoping that will continue. If Robertson does prevail today, he would be the 6th consecutive, either former or current world number 1, to capture this title, and he would be the 8th straight world champion. Looking at a possible 3-ball plant to the right corner. There it is. And that looks on to me. You'd have to hit the right-hand side of the red as well, looking at it. It would reverse. And obviously you'll play the cue ball back down the table. Of course, with the time difference, it's prime time back home for
you agree on
Yize. Plenty of people will be watching, and maybe plenty of people will be a little relieved that we're not going to have a tactical stalemate there. The two players looked at each other, the referee got involved as well, and I think that's entirely the right thing to do, to call a re-rack. One of the great aspects of modern snooker is that we don't have these extended bouts of meaningless safety. The two players have mutual agreement, they get on with it, and re-racks occur a lot quicker now than they used to.
Yeah, we've seen re-racks go down to the blue, haven't we? All the red's gone. Yellow, green, brown. And on the blue, we've seen a re-rack.
I was thinking about Wu Yize playing in prime time at the moment back in China. Lots of eyes will be upon him. He's from Lanzhou, the capital of the Gansu province in northwestern China. It's on the banks of the Yellow River and on the northern Silk Road. Massive city that's produced a massive snooker talent.
Would you like to back on? Thank you. Second frame, Yize to break.
We had a small problem there, Joe. The lights went off temporarily.
Well, this time the break-off not as good as the last one. Could be a red onto this right corner if he can miss the black. Well, didn't miss the black. Well, the easy red has gone safe, but there is another red to the right corner. Not quite as easy. And you are going to need the run of the ball to win tournaments, there's no doubt about that. And Neil Robertson certainly got it there. Oh, that's his first ball. Sounded good.
One.
But this is not straightforward so far. There's his father there, watching on. Goes with him all over the place. That's the cracking pot and a great kiss. And he played the kiss. That cue ball would have been in the balk area had he not got the full ball kiss. So obviously he did play the kiss. Stay on this red to the left corner.
Nine.
Very good. And this isn't straightforward. Yes, he can go into the pack. He can play a little cannon. But it's not straightforward. He couldn't land ideally on this red to the left corner.
16.
No, that wasn't a good second flick. And the cue ball going in off. And as I said earlier, you need that little bit of run. Very attacking shot that he played, opening all the reds up, but no idea what was happening to all the balls there. But that second flick sent the cue ball in off. Without the flick, he'd have been on a balk colour.
And when you go into the balls with such gusto, I'm afraid that's occasionally an occupational hazard. So unlucky.
One.
And in so many respects, Wu has done Robertson's work for him. No balls to develop, just pick off.
Yeah, he's got to concentrate on the black with the pink and blue in difficult positions. But that shouldn't be a problem for a great positional player like Neil Robertson.
9. $16. $17. $24.
In many respects, for someone as good as Robertson in amongst the balls, this is an exercise in connecting the dots.
$25.
Yes, he's very good at staying focused. Concentrates on the easy shots as well as the difficult ones. Just a touch of left-hand side to miss
32.
that red and finish on choice of reds.
$33.
Yeah, as we look at Yize, he was very unfortunate. Played a very attacking shot. This is the shot again. But that second flick on the red took that cue ball into that baulk corner.
41. $48. $49.
Yeah, just showing the grip of Neil Robertson there. Some people
56.
hold it with the whole hand. Some people just use the fingers, and some people play with a light grip.
57.
So just looking at the scoreboard, 45 points the lead. So another red and a colour should seem safe. Nicely played.
60.
Brown puts him 52 ahead, with just 51 left on the table.
64.
Would dearly love to see this red in.
65.
All doubt about the frame now. Comprehensively removed.
He's seeing them, isn't he?
$70. 71. Green ball. 71 and the second frame.
Yize suffered a very unfortunate in-off. Neil Robertson did the rest. His second 70-plus break, 2-0. So, Joe, the first frame, it was entirely all about Robertson. The second frame, I'm afraid, Yize was deserted by the snooker gods.
Yeah, he potted a good red there, didn't he? And then took a very good black. But in splitting the pack, well, you just cannot legislate for shots like that. Very, very unfortunate. The big break could have been Yize's had the white not gone in. And Neil Robertson, well, stepped in and never looked like missing, you've got to say. Everything went in cleanly.
60.
This brown was all he needed to leave Wu needing snookers.
When you think Yize was a toddler when Neil Robertson won his first world ranking event, the 2006 Grand Prix in Aberdeen, Scotland. So the pot success rate, Yize gaining no consolation from that. He's not missed one yet. 100%, it's got him nothing. If Robertson continues at 94% throughout the match, I think he will reach 9 first. But of course, in these 2-session matches, the first couple of frames, yeah, they're nice to win, but they are a million miles away from being decisive. Robertson's won 3 Home Nation Series events before, and in all 3 finals it's gone really close, 2 9-8s and a 9-7. He would love to win one comfortably, and of course if he did, he would then become a big front runner for the £150,000 bonus that goes to the player who performs best over the 4 Home Nations Series events. Coming up after this, in October, it's the Northern Ireland Open, Scottish Open in December, and then the Welsh Open, the culmination of the series in the new year. And you can rest assured that Eurosport, Discovery Plus and D-Max will be across all of that action.
Frank, it's the third frame. Neil Robertson took break.
The lights were dipped in between frames, and I think that's symbolic of Robertson's career of late. Seems as though he's going from darkness into light.
Well, you can consider it a good break-off when you don't leave a long red to go for. In this day and age, you leave a red sticking out, it can be end of frame, as it was in the first frame. Neil Robertson knocked in a long red, end of frame. That's a good reply, though, from Yize.
By the way, what a smashing venue this has been, Joe, for the English Open. From the very first day of the very first tournament here, you just knew the crowds were going to be good. In fact, they've been better than good. They've been exceptional.
Yeah, they certainly love the snooker here, don't they? Well, that's a good safety, but he has left a red on to the left corner. Black not available to the right corner. Now, can he see enough of that red? I'm not sure he can. And even if he can, difficult to get to a colour, and it's not worth the risk for 1 point. Yeah, I'm not sure if you can see enough of that red. And as I say, it's not worth the risk, the cue balls going into the reds. Now, brilliant. And somehow he's got that cue ball out of there. No emotion from his father there, but that was an exceptional pot.
Green ball.
I didn't think it was worth it, but proved me wrong. Well short of
Yize,
pace.
1.
Didn't play to pop the green, played to drop in behind the brown. Well, I can't see this red going to the right corner, otherwise Wu wouldn't have played that shot the way he played it and leave that red on if he missed the snooker. Another mistake. And again, nothing easy left for Yize. He's made a couple of mistakes, but got away with it.
Yeah, that could have been very expensive. Still might, but only with a really good opening pot.
Well, he was very positive in taking that long red on, wasn't he? And that's because maybe he couldn't see a safety. There is a safety that he can play this time round. It's a very difficult pot to take on, the one red below the pink. Looks like he's playing it though. Yeah, nicely played. And again, he could have been a little bit more fortunate in landing on the colour. The blue is on, but again, pressure. Nicely played again. Well, after what's happened to him already, those were two really good shots to stay positive and play them.
Seven.
Now, imperative he doesn't miss an easy ball while he's in. Neil Robertson showing him the way. The pink not available into either of the corners. Nothing's gone straight forward for him so far in this mini break. A little switch to left-handed. No, has he gone far enough? Body language says yes. Crowd giving him all the support I could wish for. Again, left-handed. Oh, that just squeezed in, but he's nicely on the pink.
He's actually scored more heavily this week than Neil Robertson. He's made 3 centuries so far, 2 against Ali Carter, 1-2-6 and 1-2-3 in the last 32. Also made a 1-8 against Judd Trump in that quarter-final victory.
Yeah, these 4 reds just to the right of the black are all covering one another. But he's on one.
32.
Pink will go to the left middle, so doesn't need to do anything fancy with the cue ball here. Black also available. Well, what a good constructed break this has been so far.
40.
But it's important now he finishes the job.
41.
He's done all the hard work. Black a little trickier than it should have been. And a nice little cannon onto the red to hold for this red to the right corner or the one to the middle.
48.
Oh, that's what he cannot afford to do. Yes, a simple red to the middle. He was going so well.
Ishpreet Singh Chaddha did that a couple of times in their semi-final, and it cost the Indian player. Will it cost Wu?
Well, if you can pop a red here and get onto a colour, they're all there, aren't they? Nothing safe. He did all the hard work.
All very well to dominate the first two frames, but if he could steal this one, it would have far more psychological impact than either of the previous two.
Oh, sometimes you never get over those type of shots if you're punished for them. A little straight on the blue, but he's got the advantage of the red to the right of the pink. So I fear the worst here. Oh, is that?
Six. Seven.
And this is where Robertson's vast experience is so invaluable. He appreciates from such involvement in so many finals the vital importance of fully exploiting this chance to really hurt his opponent.
And make no mistake, it will hurt.
14.
And it would take a special kind of person to get over that.
One. 22. $29. 30.
He looks in a mean mood this afternoon, Neil Robertson.
37.
He actually doesn't look like missing. Everything is going in the middle of the pocket.
$38.
If Yize is looking for potential problems for his opponent, he doesn't have much solace, does he? Okay, the green's off his spot, but it's perfectly accessible.
$44.
Yeah, this is the simple red, and it was just a simple red. It's a lack of concentration, maybe a little careless, taking it for
45.
granted. Well, the wrong side of the blue. I can't see it being too much of a problem. It's a natural path to come back up for the yellow for a left-handed player. So he needs up to and including the blue.
But a couple of minor positional misjudgments in succession have left this shot a little more complex than Robertson would have liked.
$52. $55.
Well, the balls are there for the taking, and he's took them. And again.
59.
Well, he needs the blue, and he should have been better on the blue. No mistake. And this is going to hurt Yize.
$70.
After the outsider missed the red to middle, there was nothing Wu could do. Neil Robertson forges into a 3-0 lead. I know, Joe, it's only the third frame of a possible 17, but that one looked very big to me.
Yeah, it started with this loose safety, or poor safety. Great shot from Yize to get in. Potted the red to the left corner. And did everything right. Found a path somehow to the blue. And a very good blue under pressure. And when he was concentrating on each shot, he didn't look like missing until he came to this relatively easy red to the middle. And that was the danger, that he just didn't take care on the easy ones. And I said that was a possibility. This was a very good positional shot from Neil Robertson. His opening red. Again, a little fortunate to have the red to the right corner to rely on, because he finished straight on the blue. And a good blue to finish the frame off with. Shouldn't have been there, but knocked it in nicely.
Yeah, seemed to have a very dull contact on the brown. That's why the blue was left in a missable position. He'll be relieved it went in. So this is the tail of the tape. Neil Robertson, world number 26 right now. But I can tell you, if he were to win this title, which looks increasingly likely the way he started, he would move all the way to 15th in the rankings. And the significance of that, he would leapfrog Jack Jones and John Higgins. Jones would be down to 16. John Higgins would be on the outside looking in, outside the top 16 for the first time since 1995. If Robertson loses, he'll be up to number 22 in the world rankings. As opposed to Yize, well, if he loses, he will be 31 on the world list. So he's guaranteed his highest ever position in that regard. With a win here today, with a comeback win now it would be, he'd climb to 26th. At the moment though, the scoreboard dominated by Robertson. One more frame to go before the first mid-session interval. And I tell you what, if Neil Robertson were ever invited onto Desert Island Discs, he'd be saying, I like the 70s. So far, he's made breaks of 75, 71 and 77.
Yep, and the break-off, not the best. He's brought the red down the table. It is cuttable to the middle, not easy, but possible. I think that's the first ball he's missed, and it wasn't easy.
Yeah, I think it's a measure of just how good he's been so far that the crowd seemed stunned. Oohs and ahs when he had the temerity to miss one.
So what kind of mental strength has Yize got? It was good to see him go for that long red. Played it in such a way that he wasn't leaving anything except the red he played on. I could be tempted by this red. In fact, the safety is very difficult. Again, he could only leave the red he's playing on. And he's done just that. Left the red on.
Unofficially, the first day of autumn. It never rains, but it pours for Yize.
One.
Robertson in again.
Yes, he'd like another 70 break here.
Six. Seven.
So leaving an angle on this red to bring more reds into play. If this works out, he's going to be opening the reds up. Couldn't have played that much better, but they didn't really split as open as what he expected.
One of Robertson's great abilities, because he is such a heavy scorer, he's well accustomed to spending a lot of time at the table. Now, when you do that, and you're consistently potting, the one thing you need is very sharp and unrelenting concentration.
So he's got to try and leave an angle on the black at some stage. He's got a couple of reds still to play for, but he might decide to go into them from this next black. Not the best angle on the black to go into them from. So I may play for that loose red.
One trait of this table this week is they're playing that particular shot off the top cushion. You've got to give them a thump. And Robertson is well equipped at doing that.
39.
So it's going to be on this shot, you would think. Perfect angle to go into them. It's not the best pack to go into from the black, but we'll see how he plays it. Yeah, it wasn't easy. Now, is that red going to finish over the middle? Well, as said previously, 46. He's getting the run of the ball. Now, can he see that red? Well, that camera angle shows us he can. It's thin.
Half a roll more, Joe, that would have been a formality.
I still think he can pot it. He can't control the cue ball as well as he would have done with another roll on the red. No, he doesn't think he can. Well, that is not the best safety shot he's ever played. That's a terrible shot. That's the first poor shot he's played. Imperative that Yize takes full advantage here. Well, you can't afford to miss him. His head must be in bits after the last frame, but, you know, he's going to get chances.
Let's not beat about the bush, though, Joe. That was a sitter. That was a shocking miss.
1.
Yeah, I don't think the interval can come soon enough now for Yize. And Neil Robertson was up out of his chair like a greyhound there, wasn't he?
6.
He's got one more loose red, and if he can land on that red, it releases another one to the right corner. So his choice is whether to go into them here or play for that loose red. Chose to go into them and miss them completely. I don't know how he's missed that lot. And he has.
12.
Just looking at the gap that he found, it didn't look possible. And not easy to get a good safety here. Looking at a possible plant. Be trying to take that cue ball back down the table. Oh, right in the middle. Right in the middle. And he got a very good safety had it not gone in.
13.
Especially queuing off the side cushion like that so awkwardly. What a pot. What a shot, actually.
Yeah, easy enough to land up behind the brown, isn't it? But he wants to give himself some insurance in case Yize gets in. Pushing the yellow
13.
to the cushion, and that's very clever. Most people would have just rolled up behind the brown. But looking ahead, if Yize does get a chance, then that yellow is going to be a problem. Not difficult to hit. But doesn't want to hit it too hard and develop a red. It's got a reach as well. It's a long way off.
Foul in the miss, Neil Robertson 4.
That's a shot from a man that's in bits. That's better.
It's a long road back into the frame, but there is more than enough for Yize to turn this around. Mind you, the vibe of the match at the moment suggests he won't.
Yeah, I think he needs the break, Phil.
.95% pot success rate for Neil Robertson through 3 2/3 frames. That will definitely get the job done.
Well, that's brought the yellow off, and he needs a bit of luck, and I think he's got some. Can he see this red? No, there's confirmation.
Yeah, the complexion of this frame changed in one fell swoop.
Yeah, the clearance is on if he gets the chance. Nothing safe now.
Shot time over a minute, but that's perfectly understandable. Critical juncture of the frame, this.
Yeah, and he's in big trouble. Got to try and cover that red over the left corner. He needs a big bounce. Oh, has he covered it? And the answer's no. So, not the easiest of starters for sure. But it is a chance. Now, he needs to be on a colour. And he's on one.
Can Yize return the compliment with a big clearance of his own? How welcome it would be.
Well, looks like the pink is the ball to me, but he's looking at the yellow.
Yellow ball.
Played into the reds. And he's on one. And this is a great chance. $67 left on the table.
4.
60 behind when he came to the table.
Nine. 10.
I think he'd have a chance in this final if he could make the clearance here. 3-1 is not too bad. It's looking like 4-0.
$17. 18.
And this will show Robertson Wu's temperament. Difficult enough to make a clearance like this to salvage a frame if you're 3-0 up, let alone 3-0 down.
Yeah, and with what's happened to him, especially in the last frame, missing that easy red. But this is what real, true champions are made of, when they can put that out of the mind pretty quickly. This is a good red to have dropped on. I think he played for the other one, but this will do. Needed to be closer to the black.
26.
Try and keep things simple. Played it well. Played it very well. It would be handy to play for the pink here. Get the pink back down on its spot, and it makes the clearance a little bit easier. It can get to the pink.
.34.
He's played for the blue. Yeah, great shot. Great shot. Yeah, one good positional shot, and he'll be favourite. Played it with a lot of side on the ball. Doesn't want to be dead. Would you believe it? Dead under the cushion. It should have been 2 each this match. It looks like it's going to be 4-0.
The way the snooker mind works, it would have been better for Wu for Robertson to win this frame of the century. That will be a crippling blow.
Free.
Snooker's required. He was unlucky to finish dead under the cushion. No, it's not over yet. And the cue ball. Wow, the cue ball was so close.
I think he was engaging in a little bit of snooker theatre there, Neil Robertson. He must have realised it wasn't going in. But only one snooker needed. It's one of those, Joe. In practice, he wouldn't give this a moment's thought. But this kind of snooker, in this kind of situation, we've seen them missed so often.
Well, it looks like he can hit the brown. Just depends how much he can hit. Could go in off.
He keeps looking to see whether the gap exists. And the hesitation tells us it must be extremely borderline. Looks on there, doesn't it? Still one snooker required, but now only 2 balls to hide behind. At 25 minutes, the lengthiest frame of the final so far.
Well,
Yize.
I always say that when you're playing for snookers, you've got to get the object ball saved first. Wow. And that could have gone in off, couldn't it?
Just a few Robertson mistakes beginning to creep in.
Well, if you can't get a snooker, make sure you get the blue safe. That's the way. You get another shot then. Trying to play for a snooker.
Hope not yet extinguished for Yize. Robertson just wants to get into the interval with a clean sheet.
Well, if he plays the blue really thin, cuts it to the side cushion, baulk cushion, might have a chance of getting the cue ball behind the pink and black. Well, I don't recommend that.
5.
The pink and black was in a nice spot there. Only one ball to get in behind now.
Yize 5.
Well, it's a snooker. It shouldn't prove too difficult, but who knows?
When it comes to laying a snooker on pink and black, better make the most of your first chance, because you may not get another one.
Certainly didn't want the black on the cushion, but if he does get him behind that black now, it makes it a little bit more difficult. Almost impossible now.
This might bring back good memories for Jimmy White, who won his first ranking event after needing a snooker on the pink and black in the decider. And so it goes on.
You could do it trying to play a cannon to the black and just bring it off the cushion. Might be able to do that here. But get the pink safe. It's close. Yeah, good effort. Another good effort.
Of course, Yize are obligated to carry on, needing one snooker, that's all. But maybe the end is nigh.
Got to be careful of the off.
It took a while, 33 minutes to be precise, but Neil Robertson's domination of this Bedford English Open final continues on. He leads Yize by 4 frames to 0. Well on his way to what would be another world ranking title. He's 24th in a glorious career.
For that, and so far so good for Neil Robertson in this final, watching on with Alan McManus and Jimmy White. And I think it's fair to say Wu has had chances, but Neil Robertson, he's on it today.
Yeah, you know, looks totally focused. His long potting's there, and you know, and he's punished Wu a couple of times. Wu has missed a couple of easy balls, not settled yet, and I think Robertson sensed that. You know, and that third frame is huge.
And we were saying, Alan, that the tables have turned a little bit on Yize. This is kind of how Ishpreet Singh Chadha would have been feeling yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, so it's a complete coin flip, isn't it? He's going to have to respond. Obviously, there's a long, long way to go. But Neil Robertson has been on the money in every department, in my opinion. He hasn't made a bad decision yet. Yes, he's played 2 or 3 poor shots, but that's going to happen in a best-of-17 match. Of course it is. But every decision he's made has been, as I say, on the money. He's made Wu's job very difficult, and I always bang on about that. Make the other player's job difficult, and it's bled into his own game, and he's playing lovely too.
Well, we're always banging on about how much we love Neil Robertson's long putting, and it's getting better and better throughout this tournament. We're going to take a look back on frame 1, Jimmy.
Yes, straight away from the off. Now, this, for us, what Neil Robertson at his best was, once this red goes in, which is an absolute, he cues the ball as good as anybody. Once that goes in, normal circumstances, he'd go on to win the frame, but he's just breaking down. That's why he hasn't had so many centuries, but that just shows it, how he's on it. Now, that shot there, he's lost position, he's worked out a pattern. If he hits the ball centre of the white, gets the cue ball down by the bolt colours, he's back in business again. So that's a real good confidence booster for someone like Neil Robertson to show himself and everyone how well he's cueing.
And frame 2, Alan, it looked like Wu had pulled off a beautiful shot, and the in-off, it was a little bit unlucky. Was it poor judgment? Let's get your take, and indeed Jimmy's.
It was, but once you let that cue ball drift, we're going to see a replay of this, and you're rightly say he's a bit unfortunate because it meets a red mid-table and it just glances off it marginally and sends a little bit more pace on it. Actually, you see it here. There's the flick there, and then it goes past the green there. But when he's just played it, I think, Jimmy, marginally too pacey.
He looked back on that shot and he knows that the white is going to come out to the middle of the table. You don't have to hit it that hard because, OK, he went in off in the green pocket, but he doesn't go in off. He's not on a colour, so he just overhit that. Probably a little bit of rush of blood, bit of nerves, but he was unlucky to flick the red and going off.
Yeah, and there's bound to be nerves. And, of course, 2-0 down, he's desperate to get back into the match. And we saw moments of brilliance and kind of a repeat maybe of a couple of instances throughout the weekend here with doing the brilliant stuff and then maybe the simple stuff letting him down.
Absolutely. That first red, it'd be easy to throw your arm at that with the pressure on. You're 2-0 behind. Likewise with this blue, but in it goes sweet as a bun. No problem at all. But then he gets himself in position and he's got a bog standard red to middle. This is where the final for him is going to decipher whether he's going to have a chance of winning it or not. The simple chances simply must be taken because, again, Neil Robertson isn't giving him up, serving him up gifts. That was a lovely shot.
He worked it out that, he was going to drag it in and play for the black in the right-hand pocket, but he decided, full shot, full cue swing and sent the white round. Once that went in, he's back in stroke straight away. And this blue, he's lost position, smashes the blue in, and you can see the nod of, like that he knows that's going to hurt his opponent, and he's 3-0 up instead of 2-1.
Which is a big message, isn't it, to see Neil Robertson reacting that way, feeling that way so early in a final.
Be under no illusion, when Neil was, the part he was facing was here, Wu's just over there, but he wanted Wu to see that reaction, because players will turn away from their opponent on occasion and do that, but he wanted Wu to see it. It's a tough old business out there.
A tough school.
Ruthless.
OK, all right. He was just, I think, Marcel, he was so relieved because he didn't play a great positional shot on the brown, but didn't he play that blue well?
Yeah.
Beautiful shot.
Well, listen, Wu was looking pretty demoralised, wasn't he? Sitting in his chair, 3-0 down, and if he did get to spot that from Neil Robertson, I'm not too sure what faces we would see, but it's difficult. And as you say, Jimmy, it's tough school.
Yeah, tough school. As I said, we know what a great player he is. He's playing against a world-class player who's back in form. He's going to be a tough match for anybody, Neil Robertson, the way he's been playing this week. So, big ask for Wu. It's an experience, a learning curve. If he'd have got that full frame, you put him back in the match, he'd been able to settle in the interval. Now he's going out again 4-0 down, so he's in big trouble.
Yeah, seeing some of the shots here. This was lovely. Myself and Jimmy were pleased to see him even play the pink. He plays it beautifully, then he's got this green. It's not an absolute sitter, but he's up out of the shot a little bit quickly, Jim, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a little bit early. He gets up as he hits it, but he was unlucky to be tight on the cushion after the good yellow. If he can get his cue to the tip, because he was on the cushion, it made him put a little bit more pressure on it. He shouldn't have missed the green. And you see Neil Robertson flew out of his chair.
Like a greyhound,
What
I think
an
we said
opportunity.
watching backstage. 4-0 then, Wu with it all to do in the final of this year's English Open. £100,000 first prize up for grabs, and of course the Steve Davis Trophy. Australia versus China, and it's been all one-way traffic so far for the Aussie. Neil Robertson has taken the first 4 frames in this English Open final in Brentwood. Wu Yize trailing. And of course, we've got 4 more to come with a potential 9 tonight. It is the best of 17 for the Steve Davis Trophy. And the players will be walking back out there very, very soon indeed. Jimmy, what can Wu Yize do right now?
Somehow he's just got to cancel what's happened there. Go out 0-0, you know, and have faith and confidence in his game, because he's playing some great stuff, but he's got to win 3 of these 4 frames to have any chance, because Robertson will sense blood now that his opponent's cold, and he won't, and because he's got this new tactical approach, he won't be giving him any easy chances at all.
That's right. He's got 2 problems here, Wu Yize. Number one, he's not going to outmuscle Neil Robertson, and on the strength of what we've seen, he's not going to outthink him either. He's going to have to miss nothing that's remotely straightforward. That's the only way back in, because every minor mistake and the silly mistakes will be capitalised on. It's not no-miss snooker, but cut out the silly mistakes, and that's the only way you'll put pressure on Neil.
Yeah, and as Jimmy says, just cancel. It'd be lovely if there was a cancel button in snooker, you know, with trailing at this stage, but it is, a clean slate.
He's got to be in the moment, you know.
Yeah.
He's got to play the balls in front of him, you know. At the start of this week, you're in the final of the tournament, you're playing Neil Robertson. Unfortunately, you're 4-0 down. What are you going to do? Do your best.
Well, let's see what he can bring as the players come back out. 4 more frames then. Here we go. Back to our commentary team.
May I ask you to take your seats quickly now, please?
That old phrase comes to mind. Intervals change matches. Wu Yize desperately hopes that's the case on this Sunday afternoon. Otherwise, the Steve Davis Trophy will be heading to the Robertson household again. When he captured this title in 2021, he beat John Higgins 9-8 in the final from 8-6 down. Right now, this looks like being a simpler proposition. But finals can tilt.
Thank you. It's frame 5. Neil Robertson to break.
Yeah, good opening shot. Wu Yize. Oh, that's a big mistake. Missing the balls on the way down. Got to take full advantage.
1.
Cannot afford to hand chances to Neil Robertson like he has been doing. Various reds he could play for, but he'd like to get onto that red that's to the left of the black spot. The one just above the black. And he's on that red. That was nicely thought out.
6.
I say that red because when the black's repotted, as we look at this mist red again, it will be able to spot
7.
now and go in both pockets.
Wu's highest break so far, 48 in the third frame.
14.
That really here should be under threat.
Yeah, and it should have been a big break. He missed the easy red to the middle, didn't he? On 48.
15.
He's got to play with some inspiration, as the boys were saying. But he must cut out the easy misses. The lack of concentration.
22. 23. 30.
The mistakes are few and far between from Neil Robertson.
31.
But if he can punish the rare ones, it will make him think a little.
$38. 39.
Yeah, and I think Jimmy White's dead right. He needs to win this session 3-1. At the very least. No, he's not on an easy red, but he's on one. And the problem he's got now is
46.
He's got to pot it because the reds are open. I think the cut to the right corner is easier than the one to the middle. No. So it's very similar to what's happened previously. Yize has been in at another 46 break. He was a bit unlucky, wasn't he, not to finish on an easier red than that. He got into the reds nicely. And had he been on one, I'm pretty sure he would have won the frame there. As it is, he's got to rely on Neil Robertson not splitting those four reds below the pink.
It is, though, a similar feel to the third frame when Robertson cleared with 77. The chance of a clearance not quite so straightforward, but very much within his range of capability.
$7.
8.
9.
Just making up his mind here. It's not the difficulty of this shot that's coming up. He's trying to work out the plan to best go about this.
Yeah, he wanted to leave himself an angle on the blue and go into those reds with the advantage of the red over the pocket. That's what he was thinking about, but he couldn't get the right side of the blue to play that shot. He was saving that red over the pocket. Now, he's got the angle to disturb them, and I think it's going to be on this shot if this works out. Yep, nicely played. A well-judged cannon, that, leaving himself on the red to the right
17.
corner. Well, I'm saying that. It looks a bit tighter. He played for that red.
The use of side to try and coax it in, but I think that's too much of a stretch.
Well, that's the red he played for. He played a gentle cannon to the reds. I think that if this red doesn't go, it's the first time that Neil Robertson's let Yize off. It's the first time he hasn't punished by winning the frame.
Neil Robertson 17.
I'm delighted with Yize. Now, can he be tempted by the red to the left corner? He's got a couple of reds he could play. One by the pink spot, just some safety with it. Yeah, he's got a very risky red to the right corner. Looks like he's taking it on. No, just a safety. And that's a little bit of insurance, the red on the right side cushion.
Yeah, two things that Yize needs to do here. One is obviously contain Robertson, but also try and mess the frame around a little. With a 29-point advantage, that would be to his advantage. But the red was only awkward for a few seconds. Awkward no more.
Yeah, good pace. Danger here for Yize. I can almost feel him wanting to take this red, thin red, to the right middle. Yeah, somewhere there. If he can put the cue ball somewhere there, he covers both reds over the middle pockets. Yep, he's going for it. This is what he wanted to do. He's in the hands of the gods. And that's another chance for Neil Robertson. He wasn't patient enough there for me. It was a very difficult red to the middle. Yeah, he's got to try and make something happen, but not take on crazy shots.
No red remotely near a cushion. All 6 colours on their spots. Or near as damn it.
Fight. Six. 11.
The red closest to the cue ball. Now that's one point where Robertson might fall foul, but not after that. That's on the sixpence.
19. 20.
Doesn't want to be straight on the black, and I think he has got a slight angle to get the cue ball down into the baulk area. just on the final backswing. There was a noise in the audience. And rightfully so. Neil Robertson standing back up, reapplying himself.
I'm so pleased Robertson knocked that in. Just about
26.
Stopped the shot beforehand.
27.
And now really it should be plain sailing.
I think Yize is beginning to feel how Ishpreet felt yesterday when he was running away with the semi-final. Match time, just an hour and a half. And that's with a 33-minute frame.
Now he didn't quite get hold of that yellow. He's still okay, but didn't quite get the reaction he wanted. So a little thinner on the green than he wanted to be.
Played it with a bit of left-hand side on the cue ball to check it back across the table. He's missed it. Wow, that is unexpected for Neil Robertson. Wow. So he can miss. Just needed the brown, really, because he's always going to be bang on the blue, which he needed. This isn't far away from being a snooker.
It was the knock-on effect there, wasn't it? Just not quite right on the green, then a little further away from the brown than he should have been. Even so, the missed ball came as a surprise, and now the frame takes on a whole new complexion.
Yeah, it started with the yellow for sure. It didn't finish on the green, but you know, he finished okay on the brown. So, slight swerve. Won't know where this is going to finish, and it could be over the middle. It could be over the middle. Oh, it's gone safe. Brown behind the black. White behind the blue. Not hard enough. That was a good chance. I mean, he's a long way off that. And now he could be in trouble. Good safety from Neil Robertson. Not quite a snooker, but still a good safety. He needs brown and blue. If it was just the brown, it would have been worth taking the double on.
Yet another absolutely crucial frame.
Yeah, the double kiss is on if he plays the safety. Up and down, that is. Should be okay that way.
When you missed a really good chance to clear up, as Robertson did by wobbling the brown, sometimes the balls conspire against you.
That's not a good safety. The cue ball could have just drifted slightly before it got to the brown, and he's hit it too thin.
Four.
He's not going to survive another.
What a terrible shot that was on the brown from Yize. How many more blows can he absorb?
Wow, again. Well, if there's ever going to be a turning point in a match, this could be it. He's had two golden chances, Neil Robertson. He needs a big bounce, otherwise he's going to have a tough pink. One good shot.
No problem.
Never easy, these type of pinks, when you need this for your first frame of the afternoon. And rightfully so, just having the cue ball clean, taking a breath. It's just the pink he needs, because he's going to be on the black.
Eleven.
Relief for Yize.
Forget absorbing blows. Yize has just inflicted one. Neil Robertson out of the blue, misses the blue. And now Mr. Wu Sr. has his smile back. 4-1. So much happened in that frame. I still can't believe that Neil Robertson didn't pinch it.
No, absolutely not. I mean, this was the thin cut to the middle, which I didn't think was on. I mean, if he gets it, we're calling him a great player, but I don't think it was the shot to play. And really, Neil Robertson has been punishing Wu all afternoon. And it looked like, for the world, he was going to do it again there. But he missed this brown, which was incredible. He only needed the brown because he's bang on the blue.
Yeah, Robertson 40.
Did need the blue as well, but, you know, when you say... And this was a terrible safety, really, from Yize, leaving the brown on. And all he had to do was just knock it in. He's going to be nicely on the blue. And after missing the brown, he misses the blue, which was incredible. I don't think he can believe it. 2 frame balls.
11.
That's a good pink. That was it.
You see so many finals where a frame like that turns the whole shebang on its head. Yize has got his first frame on the board when he knows, in many respects, he should be 5-0 down and in deep, deep trouble. Now, will that be just a minor blip for Neil Robertson? Will he bring his experience to bear? Or have we seen the start of a wholesale transformation? Frame 6, I think, will tell us an awful lot, and that's coming up shortly. And it just goes to show that even if you've won World Championships, even if you've won UK Championships, all the game's biggest silverware, you can still miss balls under pressure, and Robertson missed 2 that he would never normally draw. Welcome back to the Brentwood Centre, where the Steve Davis Trophy, the first prize of £100,000, and the Bedford English Open title is up for grabs today. Until a few moments ago, it was one-way traffic. But suddenly, the Neil Robertson juggernaut is stalled. 37 ranking event finals for Robertson, and this is where his vast experience will be invaluable. Just try and dismiss what happened in the previous frame. Get on with this. But that's much easier said than done, Joe.
Yeah, and to be fair, this is the brown that he missed in the last frame. And the blue, well, just 2 incredible shots that you just don't associate with Neil Robertson, missing those kind of easy frame winners.
So much else on the line apart from the trophy. A place in the Champion of Champions at Bolton in November. That's a coveted invitation. Also, the winner here, considering the points they've already amassed this season, will be pretty sure to be in the World Grand Prix and the Players' Championship. And for Robertson, victory would give him top 16 status again.
We haven't had many safety battles so far this afternoon. But this isn't straightforward for Neil. Oh, that's a wonderful shot. So thin on the red to get the cue ball back there. Well played. But a big target here. We'll use that. Try and get the cue ball in behind the yellow, green and brown. He's looking at taking the pot on to the corner. And a little bit of good fortune there. The red coming back across the table and stopping the attempt at the red to the middle. So just the safety. This has got to be close. It's going to be very close. Yeah, that's a very good safety. Big target. Could have played that same shot, last shot, but decided to play the attacking shot. Doesn't look like he can get through the gap, but obviously he can. And found the gap between the reds. And he'll settle for that. Not quite a snooker, but still a good return safety.
So often when you win a frame, you might have been destined to lose. You get in early in the next with a red from distance.
Well, like that. Wonderful shot. Oh, can you see enough of the brown? Terrific pot. Well, obviously you can't see enough of the brown to pot it. The yellow, surely too difficult to take on.
Green ball. Yize 1.
Attempting to hit the red on the black cushion, and not very far away. Now, can he be tempted by this red? He hasn't even had a look at it.
Yeah.
Slight adjustment. It looks a bit high. That's not the red he wanted, and that's left a chance for Yize.
You see it so often. Matches change in the blink of an eye. And this one's in the process of changing.
One.
No doubt quite a few people here will have been at last year's final when Judd Trump was miscuing and missing balls, falling 7-3 down to Zhang Anda, and then all of a sudden the light went on and he won 9-7.
Six. Seven.
I don't think he played the cannon to the red, but he'll take it. Now it's happened. Just got to drop this in. Dead weight. Yeah, just about got the right side of the blue. Only just.
Eighteen.
I'll say it again, can't afford to miss easy balls when you're in amongst them. It's okay if he runs out of position. Can always play the safety. Just slightly awkward cueing. Oh, missed it by a long way.
Yize. 19.
What happened there? That was like a golfer topping his tee shot. Miles away.
It was awkward cueing, wasn't it? But, you know, he's missed that by, well, I'd be disgusted with that. And now he's in Neil Robertson's hands again.
One.
And the way things work, if Robertson can win this frame, what happened in frame 5, it wouldn't be forgotten. But the pain of it would be diluted.
Oh, he's got a nice angle on the blue, just to drop it in, come down the 2 cushions for the 2 reds by the pink spot. It's just a natural shot, this. He could have done with being closer to these reds. Not going to be easy to get to a colour from there. Well, it's made the black a little easier, but it's again not going to be easy to get to a red from the blue. Not impossible, but it'd take a good shot. Well, that could have worked out pretty good, although the black's not going to be easy to get to a red from if he does pop this red. So that's 3 shots down the line. The red's tough, but the black's even tougher to get to a red from.
And it's the only viable option to continue the break. Good pot that, especially at that pace.
Yeah, now what? Terrific shot. Terrific pot and position.
20.
Oh, Yize missing that straightforward black to the corner. Well,
21.
not straightforward, it was hampered. It looks like it's going to be costly.
Although, after what transpired in frame 5, I'm
28.
not going to count my chickens.
$29. $36.
Not been the most reactive table all week, having to thunder these blacks in.
37.
Yeah, normally he'd swing the cue ball round the 2 cushions for the 2 reds into the left corner, but that red closest to the right side cushion just comes into play.
$42.
And now, despite the fact the red's close to the pocket, this is missable. Well done.
43.
Yeah, good pot. And back in good position. So these 2 loose reds should be enough.
49.
See Neil Robertson back with his 4-frame lead.
50.
It's another frame where Yize has handed it to Neil Robertson. Oh, he's underhit that one by a long way.
57.
Needs another red and a colour. This is the red that we missed. Well, the kiss on the green.
58.
Sorry, the kiss on the blue makes the green a little bit more difficult. And he needs the green.
Green ball.
Yeah, good pot. Excellent pot. He knew that's all he needed. There was no
61.
attempt to try and get onto the red there. The green was sufficient. But a nice
Yeah,
table
Robertson,
for
61.
snookers, of which he's in one.
There's an argument to say that Robertson's 61 break there was his best of the afternoon, given the psychological context. And we've seen this a lot. One of the reasons why a few frames have dragged on, because Robertson's put the frame supposedly safe, but Yize continuing on, rightly so for a snooker.
This looks pretty good.
It's been quite humid all week. Lots of rain in the forecast for England over the last few days, including today. Neil Robertson wiping down his cue.
Not straightforward. 2 cushion escape. Just 1 snooker needed. Just the pink and black in a very good spot for snookers. Yellow, green and brown also. And even the blue is in a good spot. So this game not over yet. He needs a kiss. And that is a very good snooker. And the free ball comes into the equation as well here.
Well, the escape here would challenge anyone
And if he does miss this, Phil, then he could be in trouble the next shot. It could be snookered again by trying not to leave a free ball. Close.
Foul. Yize 4.
This is what I was saying, is that he could be snookered again here. And again, not easy to hit this one. And this would ease the pressure of not getting the black or pink off the last red. If you should miss this, you can take more or less anything.
Foul and a miss. Yize 4. Yep.
Yep, it can go back now.
So I think I forgot. Yeah, it was a brown, wasn't it? Yeah.
So, second attempt. Yep, and he'll settle for that. That could have been a lot worse.
Yes, and the 4-point penalty out of the second snooker made no difference because he still only needs one ball, does Robertson.
Oh, what a kiss. What a kiss. It's swervable, but you never quite know where it's going to finish up. But that will do nicely.
Yes, and although it was a good kiss, there's no doubt about that, it also knocked the blue a little safer. And bear in mind, Wu needs them all.
Yeah, he's considering taking it on, but it's one of those that if you miss that, it's frame over. Oh, what a nice little angle that was on the middle pocket. That's where he played the cue ball, but he lost total control of the red. Oh, everybody's having a good look. Well, I can't see how much you can see of the red, if anything. So what a good angle it was. No, it was drifting away, wasn't it?
Yize 4. Yeah.
You can't hit that. Now, referee's going to have to be accurate.
Has to be said, this is turning into something of a marathon session. Last 3 frames, all really lengthy, when they might have all been quite short. Followed a similar pattern. One player going in front, but unable to nail it down. Then comes the drama.
Well, can he hit the red? He couldn't hit it before. A slight swerve.
Foul. Miss. Yize 4.
Now, is this red going to be on to the middle?
Please, does he?
Doesn't like it. Was the brown on its spot?
That's Desislava Boshilova, the marker for the match.
Maybe just the tiniest little touch.
No problem.
This way. Yeah, that's it.
The majority of matches in professional snooker don't have a marker. When there is one there in place, it makes this replacement process a little faster.
Keep going. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Desi.
Well, he had to swerve it, didn't he? Well, might be able to hit that direct.
Robertson's once healthy lead being eroded all the time.
Delighted with that outcome.
Lengthiest frame of the match so far, eclipsing frame 4, and there's still plenty of snooker to go here.
Now, Is this red on? It would take a very good shot. The blue is a little easier now. No attempt at the pot. This is what he played. But a chance here to get the cue ball in behind the yellow. And maybe even bring the pink into play a little bit more. It's close. Just too hard. But a good cue ball. And that makes the situation easier from blue to pink. If Yize gets the chance. It's a good effort. Another good effort. Just over 15 minutes since his last pot, Neil Robertson. Well, that was so risky to play. The cue ball only has to deviate ever so slightly and you leave the red on like this. I thought it looked natural to try and get the cue ball in behind the blue. Wow. Thought it was staying on the lip there for a moment. And it was only the speed that helped this red to drop.
That was the okey-dokey shot. In, out. I think it shook a few people about before it actually dropped, including Robertson.
Just the pink needed. Doesn't need to get ideal on the yellow. So we're back to one snooker again.
7.
And if he can knock in the yellow, it would be 2.
Yeah, doesn't want to let that white ball run around.
Neil Robertson 7.
So many talking points this afternoon. I think, for me, the one thing that will stick in my mind about this session, Yize, as good a player as he is, has been guilty of about 4 or 5 appalling mistakes.
2.
And that eases the pressure on Neil Robertson. 30 points the difference, 2 snookers, 2 4-point snookers needed. Or 1 5-point snooker to tie.
Neil Robertson. 2.
Everything would indicate that Neil Robertson's going to take a 5-1 lead. That would mean he'd be guaranteed to be in front going into the evening. But it's been one of those sessions where the snooker has taken an awful lot out of both of them, and maybe this frame isn't over yet.
Well, so well judged that shot. Well, you called it, Phil. It's not over yet, but still another snooker needed. It's going to be close. And so is that. Oh, wow, that was close as well.
It's a frame that refuses to end.
Free.
I don't see any value at all in potting the brown.
Yize. Free.
So many frames have ended up being really nervy, really edgy.
It's close. It's close. Now, can you get to the black cushion? If you can, it's not too difficult, but if you can't, it's not an easy snooker, this. You've got to give it a lot of thought. And part of the thought process is, if you miss it, don't leave the brown on.
At this level, it's not just about laying snookers when you need them, it's about laying good ones. And that's what Wu has done.
Yeah, if he misses this, he's got to leave the cue ball on the black cushion, so that Wu doesn't have a chance of potting the brown and clearing up. What a good shot that was. What a good shot. That wasn't an easy snooker.
Excellent. He was composed, took his time, thought about all of the choices, and he played the shot on the nose.
That cue ball's close to the pocket. What is he doing near there?
Only Robertson 4 in the frame.
An abrupt end to what was a very lengthy frame. Neil Robertson gritted that one out, and he's back in front by 4 at 5-1. Now, Neil Robertson is known as something of a scatterbrain when it comes to his preparations for matches. Here's one story about that.
I think just when you're travelling in and around the UK, it's not really an issue. If you maybe forget something, there's always a shop or something you can buy something. Or, but you know, when you go to China, there's not too many sort of things like in terms of like Western restaurants and stuff like that. So, and someone who I don't eat meat, you know, that can be pretty sort of challenging. So, one half of the suitcase is with all my snooker clothes and stuff like that, and the other half was with like you know, fuel products and kind of like even just stuff like noodles, protein bars, you know, these sorts of things. I remember I had qualifying for a China event in Barnsley, and so I didn't put the actual postcode in, I just put Barnsley in the postcode into the sat-nav, and off I went, and I was getting close to like sort of seeing signs for Wolverhampton and stuff like that, and that's when I sort of like I pulled over, and I kind of I searched up the Barnsley Metrodome, I think it's called, and I was like 2.5 hours away, 2 hours away. The Barnsley that I was meant to go to was the one in Yorkshire. Been to many times before, but the one I ended up in was in Wolverhampton, and so I had to call up the tournament office and say that I was going to concede the match because there was no way I was going to be able to get there in time. At tournaments and stuff, I've got my gaming laptop and chill out playing video games. Yeah, just like watching movies, or you know, I'm really into sort of football. Watch an awful lot of football, and even like, you know, FPL, like Fantasy Premier League. Really into that big time. That takes a lot of time, and you need things to take your mind off things. So if we're not allowed to sleep, and if we can't sleep, I guess, yeah, being sat next to someone like Matthew Selt, you know, Joe Perry, or Alfie Burden. Alfie Burden's like a football nut as well. He sounds like a great footballer. So we love talking about football. So yeah, probably Alfie actually. Yeah, Alfie would be lock him in. We'd talk about football for about 8 hours.
The story here at the Brentwood Centre so far is that Neil Robertson has established a 5-1 lead. That means with 2 frames left of the afternoon, he's guaranteed an advantage going into this evening. Now, if Yize can win the last couple of frames, then 5-3, that's a situation for him that could be reversed. But if it's 7-1 or 6-2, then obviously Robertson would be considered a massive favourite. Now, tomorrow...
Neil Robertson to break.
After the disappointment of losing frame 5, Neil Robertson will be feeling a lot better. But he's been involved in so many finals, he will know it's important to press home the advantage.
Yes, it was a hard-fought frame, the last one. Neil Robertson was in a very nasty snooker behind the blue. But he gave it all the consideration in the world. Thought of all scenarios and attempted to hit the brown, and he hit it well. And had he missed it, he wouldn't have left it on. So thought of everything, didn't panic.
Well, he told us what his game plan would be. He's being very careful, very cautious, very professional. Nothing spectacular about the way he's built this 5-1 lead, but he most certainly deserves it. You could say he might be 6-0 up, but then again you could say he could be 3-3. It's been that kind of afternoon. Incident packed.
Well, he just played this shot just a little too hard, bringing the cue ball away from the baulk cushion. And it's offered Yize a half chance. Yeah, never easy, but it was a chance. got to cover that red nearest the right middle pocket. What a shot. What a shot that was. Yes, there was safety involved. But now that it's gone in, he's got to be brave and go for this black and open the reds up. And that's okay. He's got the red to the left middle.
8.
So important now that he takes what's there and doesn't miss anything easy. And yes, it is easy to say that, but these top players shouldn't really miss anything really easy. That cue ball needs to keep running. So I've got to take the more difficult yellow.
The opening red was good to see. That's the embodiment of what's best about Yize. He's a frightening potter.
Yeah, but it was a well worked out pot, wasn't it? He hadn't left anything. And after it went in, he was nicely on the black.
Trying to become the 7th Chinese player to capture a world ranking title. Zhang Ganda broke through last season at the International Championship.
Yeah, well, that's okay. Didn't really catch the reds thick enough, but he's okay. He's still on this red to the middle. If he catches them thicker, they open a little easier, and he's still on the red to the middle. Just what we were saying. Cannot afford to miss easy shots. And he's done too much of that today.
One of those smiles when you don't feel like smiling. And again, another in a long line of Yize blunders. He's missed several really easy pots. And he's botched several straightforward safeties and given Robertson a gift such as this.
9.
Yeah, I'm sure Yize will learn a lot from this match. One of the most important is concentration on easy balls.
14.
Yeah, we mustn't lose sight of the fact he's still only 20 years of age. He celebrates his 21st birthday next month.
$17. $18.
But I thought, given his skill set and given what he's been doing in his professional career, how he's been improving, I thought he would acquit himself better than he has. Still time, but it's running out.
$21.
Not ideal on this red. May have to screw back for the blue. Unless he can get closer to the black. And he could.
22. $29. $30. $37.
Yeah, we'll be thinking about some other shots he's missed. But to be fair to Neil Robertson, he has punished, hasn't he? Partly because
38.
he knows how much it hurts to punish a person's misses. And that all helps to heap the pressure on your opponent.
Yes, and Robertson grimly determined to end that drought, that title drought of his. And when
46.
opponents miss balls like that, he's going to be ruthless.
And rightfully so. That's what the players are there for.
$53.
So red colour red should be enough to leave Wu needing snookers again.
54.
And after what's occurred so far, as he takes a peek at the scoreboard,
61.
he'll want to see this red in.
Well, this red leaves 2 snookers required. That's 3 snookers. Worth carrying on if he gets the chance, but I don't think he will.
69. $70.
Centuries this week have been unusually thin on the ground for Neil Robertson. He'd love to make one here. It would be 949 for his career.
$79. $82. $86. $91.
Absolutely spot on position on the blue and pink.
97.
Terrific turn. The lefty from Melbourne, tightening his grip. Now, after all of the mental energy expended in the last few frames, this was just what Neil Robertson needed, although first in, Joe,
well,
was
what a shot.
Opposition.
Yeah, what a shot it was. And didn't really catch the reds as he wanted, but, well, I still expected him to pop this through the middle. I'm sure he did. But it was a wayward shot, wasn't it? And he paid the price to the full extent. Tricky opening red, but nicely on the black. And from that moment on, he never looked in trouble, never looked like missing. This red with the rest, it was harder than that, but he made it look easy. And this black for the century.
So Neil Robertson now just 3 frames away from the first prize of £100,000 and returning to winning ways after what's been for him one of the lengthiest spells of failure in terms of capturing titles he's ever endured. The pot success rate remains very healthy at 93%. Wu has just missed too many, and some of them have been startlingly bad. The safety success of Wu is slightly better than Robertson, strangely. But that's about the only thing he's ahead in. And you have to believe this final frame of the afternoon, well, it's imperative for Wu to win it, because if he falls 7-1 behind, then he would require one of the most unlikely comebacks, I think, in modern snooker history, Joe.
Yeah, his back's against the wall, there's no doubt about that. And he's lost every close frame. He's lost frames from being in front. And if he is going to have any chance whatsoever, he cannot afford to miss easy balls.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It's the final frame of the session. Yize to break.
Marcel, Eckardt, the referee, announcing the start of the closing frame of the afternoon. It is absolutely essential that Yize wins it. Even then, he'll be in a heap of trouble, but there will be a glimmer of hope. at 7-1, you would assume Robertson would be crowned champion later.
An attacking safety would be dead on the cushion behind the yellow. And that looks good. Match time, 2 hours 43 minutes, and that's with 3 long frames in there.
Yeah, it's actually a little bit lengthier than that because the official match time doesn't include the frame that was rewrapped.
Yeah, good safety. Shorter pace. Apart from the 5th frame, which Neil Robertson handed on the plate to Yize when he missed the brown frame ball and then missed the blue frame ball, he hasn't missed anything easy in amongst the balls, whereas Yize in every frame, except for the first, of course, when Neil knocked in the long red and made 75 of it. Yize has offered him chances, unforced errors in every frame. Having a look at a possible plant there to the right corner. Well, looks on. No idea what's going to happen to the cue ball though if he takes it on. Cue ball's going into the reds, and from there it's anybody's guess. He's going for it. Well, it's a risk to take those full length of the table plants on. And now Neil Robertson in, doing what he does best.
Well, what an opening this is.
Yeah, he's had 5 maximums in his career, Neil Robertson. That's in tournament play, of course. He'll have had hundreds in practice.
8.
And that's after that attempted plant completely misfired. So you called the 147 early there, Joe. I was thinking about it.
Well, the thing is that I'm sure he'll be thinking about it. Although, of course, the frame is all important. So he'll make sure of the frame before making sure of a maximum. In fact, there you go. The pink ends all thoughts of that. Frame more important.
15.
Well, he's made 2 146s against Yize in the past. Maybe he's... No, I was going to say maybe he's looking for a third. Robertson's 104 in the previous frame was his joint highest break of the tournament. Had a 104 against Jackson Page in his first match here. He's only made 2 centuries. But this could easily be a third.
Yeah, but he's made plenty of 70s, and they're win frames as well. He's a very intimidating player, Neil Robertson, and when he's flowing around the table, he can be very intimidating. It doesn't look as though he's going to miss, and more often than not, he doesn't miss. The most successful overseas player, and I can't think of another player that's more exciting to watch than Neil Robertson when he's in full flow. This red just goes to the corner.
28.
Yes, he's lifted 23 World Ranking Event trophies. Next best non-British player on the list, Ding Junhui with 14. Robertson currently 7th on the all-time list of ranking wins. 1 more than Mark Selby.
Yeah,
so he's in very heady company.
35.
This break needs some thinking about because all these reds are difficult to get onto, and it's got to be accurate with this positional
36.
play. And so far he's done just that. Looks easy because the reds are all spread nicely, but he's had to be very accurate.
$43.
You can never feel totally relaxed in a final, but when you're 6-1 up and in the balls like this,
44.
I think it's the nearest state to feeling relaxed.
Yeah, he's given it full consideration because, as I said, all these reds, you've got to get on the next one, ideally, because they're all covering one another. Got to be very, very accurate with positional play.
49.
And that wasn't very accurate. And that's a good recovery.
Every single opponent who Neil Robertson has played here this week has managed to win just a single frame. That's how it is with Yize right now. The match, the final, the title slipping away.
$55. $56.
Lovely little cannon to leave himself nicely on this red. Everything just falling into place. He scored heavy today, you've got to say. And that's been 64. The big difference between them both. He hasn't missed anything easy, apart from that fourth frame when he missed the brown and blue. He's had 370 breaks, 61, 104.
71.
Real punishing stuff. Real intimidating stuff.
72.
And could be back-to-back centuries here. No reason why it shouldn't be.
$79.
Yize has had his chances. And I suppose tonight he should just come out and try and enjoy himself and have no thoughts of winning, just to enjoy being out there playing.
87. $88.
So many stories this week. John Higgins became the second player to make 1,000 centuries in professional competition after Ronnie O'Sullivan. Neil Robertson, he'll be getting to that milestone. Maybe this season, certainly next. And could notch another one right here. Should notch another one right here.
95. $96.
The black for back-to-back centuries.
$104. $111.
The 2010 world champion.
$113.
The 2021 English Open champion. Has looked like his old self, and that is great to see.
$116.
He would be the first to agree he's been helped by some Yize mistakes.
120.
Some bad errors from the younger man.
$125.
But the class of Neil Robertson looks like prevailing.
He wants them all. Superb.
Total clearance, and one has to say, total command. That's because at the end of the first session of this Bedford English Open final, Neil Robertson, watched by his son Alexander, leads by 7 frames to 1. I'm sure that the numbers will be overwhelmingly in favour of Neil Robertson. That's what happens when you win a session 7-1. The pot success rate is the most impressive for me. Apart from the Miss Brown and Blue in frame 5, he didn't miss an awful lot he should have knocked in. As for his safety success, he prides himself on keeping things tight, and 80% is a pretty good number, as indeed is 138, which has tightened his grip on this match. He's 2 frames away from victory.
And our thanks to the commentary team of Joe Johnson and Phil Yates. And, well, Neil Robertson, not completely polished performance, but a very accomplished one. And he's been totally outscored, outplayed Yize in this final so far, Jimmy.
Yeah, he has. Obviously, a little bit of inexperience, you know, realisation of the final. And then you're playing Neil Robertson, just finished off there with back-to-back centuries. But he's been awesome. You know, there's been the odd mistake, but Yize has not punished him, and 7-1, I'm afraid it's all over.
Neil looks fully focused today, Alan, and he's been looking that way. I think Saudi kind of was when it all kind of looked like the turn was coming. And he said something actually quite interesting last night. You know, I didn't allow my mind to wander this week. He looks completely on it.
He does, because he's got his game. It's been a feature of the week. It's developing, it's trending in the way that he wants it to, with the help of Joe Perry, as we know, and pretty much from the off today. Yes, frame 2, Wu was a bit unfortunate, and then Neil, as we're going to see, threw him a bone in frame 5. He misses, you know, the brown, then the blue, but then Neil just put that to the back of his mind and got on with business, and as Jimmy said, finished off.
Let's take a look at this, because it was a massive performance to start off with for Neil Robertson. 4-0. It did look like it was going to go 5-0, and then this brown.
Yeah, I just, I don't know, maybe sometimes when you're playing so well, he's played a good green. He had to check side the green. He sort of took his eye off the shot. I don't know, but this blue, me and Alan couldn't make that out, because it's just an incredible miss from Neil Robertson.
Yeah, really poor miss. I mean, credit to Wu. He cleared them up there, blue, pink, black. He potted a nice pink to get it done pretty much and get a foothold in the match. But as we said, Neil just put that to bed, got on with the job.
And Jimmy, I was watching with you, and we were a little bit disappointed for Wu, weren't we? Because we haven't seen the performance that certainly we've witnessed over the last few days. And you were telling me, he's missed balls more today than he's missed in the whole tournament, and a couple to the middle as well.
Yeah, he's missed some really easy balls to the middle pocket. There was one particular shot of green when he was off the cushion. This shot, this is another shot. This red, he just hit it so hard. Okay, he's 5-1 down, but he's 22 there, and Neil goes in, steps in, and makes a century break. Actually, he's looking at the replay there, it looked like the white jump, so he may have had a kick, but he did hit it extremely hard. You go back on this week, he's probably not missed an easy ball like that all week.
I'm afraid the theme will continue as we take a look at frame 8 and this misplant, Alan.
Yeah, it's an offset plant which you need to hit the underside of it, our side of it as we see it here. But he tries to play it like he's making the plant. It sends it the wrong way. And that was a bit of an experience there. The two reds don't need to be touching to get the plant to offset, and it did offset, and Neil stepped in, as we know, and just about got it won these next couple of shots. And I think he was really pleased also to finish back-to-back tons. Only had one coming into this final this week, so that ticks another box for him.
And before the match started, before this final got underway, you were quite quick to say this morning that this will be a learning curve for Wu.
Yeah, listen, he come back a stronger player. This kid is the full package. This is just new territory. Been 4-0 up in Saudi Arabia with Judd Trump, lost 5-4, bounced straight back, got to the final of the next ranking tournament. So he's got to take all the positives. But he was playing Neil Robertson, who was on top form, and every mistake he made, it was punished, it was magnified, and the score 7-1. If it had been 5-3, he'd have had a chance, but 7-1, I don't think he'd come back from that out.
No, it's over as a contest. And there was an interesting something happened before the interval today. Neil potted that long blue, and he gave it the kind of, knowing that we would have seen that, and that's what you've got to do in finals. Neil wouldn't have done that against another top player, because you don't want to poke the bear and rattle the cage and get them at it, get them angry. You don't want to do that. So sorry about that analogy, but it's kind of true, and he's sort of saying to Will, listen, this is what goes on in finals. It's a tough old business out there.
And I think there will be no relenting with Neil Robertson. I think if you cast your mind back, the European Masters a few years ago against Zhou Yulong, there was no mercy. It was a whitewash. It was 9-0.
Oh, yeah. Listen, he would go out fully focused, Neil, as though he's 0-0. He won't take any chances. He won't try and push the boat out. But what Neil will be pleased with as well is he's finished off with back-to-back centuries. Only had one century prior to this final. So he will be trying to make another couple to finish off the tournament.
You just never know, or do we? I mean, big comebacks in the past, Alan. Give us some hope. We want some entertainment this evening.
I would like to agree with you, but on this one I can't. Neil's not going to let this slip, not by a long shot. It's over as a contest, but let's hope that Wu can put on some kind of show tonight.
Yeah, his first ever ranking final so far.